Okay, shall we start? Hey, good evening. You can't remember last week. Okay. Good evening. Okay, so we started the 2028 English medium, this combined maths class last week. And since normally in the first few weeks, like every day, a few new students are coming to the class. I'll just give a brief introductory thing that what we did last week. So last week we started the class and I talked about 2.5 hours, I guess, about all the careers and all the paths that you can follow when you do combined maths for A levels. And what are the subject combinations? You can do physics, chemistry combined maths. You can do physics, ICT combined maths. And I spoke about two different subject combinations and then I told about the class dates and all. This Monday 3 to 7 will be the fixed date till the end of your A levels, not till the end of your A levels, till the end of the class. This will be the fixed date. And I told you that there is a parallel online class going with this same day, 3 to 7. So you can see the camera and all. We are live stream in this one. So from that, you can join the online class. So especially for the newcomers, like I'll talk to them later. And at the end of the class, I'll tell that there is a Telegram group that you need to join. There's a Telegram group because after you join the Telegram group, you can find the first day recording of the class. Because what I want everyone to do is like if you were absent last week and if today is your first day, try to watch that recording at least the first 2 hours because then you can have a comprehensive idea about this combined maths and what are the fields or careers that you can follow when you do combined maths. Because that lack of knowledge that I have seen in some of the students that they think only like we can do engineering and they don't have a proper idea, understanding about the physical science stream or the science stream. So to clear them, I spoke about 2.5 hours last week. So better watch that recording. And one thing, like normally, like I don't mention this at the beginning of the class. Like when we just start a class, I don't mention this. But this time, because of the situation that we need to talk about this, I told you there is a parallel online class going. And I asked you to join the Telegram group last week. And I asked you to register in the website. I'll talk about the website and the Telegram group for the newcomers later. So because of the countries, not the country situation, because of the world's situation, like every country is suffering with a oil crisis, with a petrol diesel crisis. It is not an issue only in Sri Lanka. It is a global issue. Okay, so because of this reason, there might be sometimes like you won't be able to come to the class. Let's say you are coming to the class by your like dad's or mom's vehicle. So because of the lack of petrol or diesel, you won't be able to come to the class. Or let's say you're using a public transport or something like that. Because of this issue, there might be a problem that you won't be able to come to the class. So what I want you to understand is I told you this A-level journey is a 2.5 years journey, but you need to properly attend the classes and do the work and attend the lessons in order to get a good result in like not even in combined maths, even in physics and chemistry, especially in the science stream that when you do the science stream subject, you need to attend continuously. There should be this consistency. In O levels, if you miss today's class and you miss another day, and then you're going to the class again after 2 weeks, but still, for a certain extent, you can understand the lesson. Like, let's say you're missing the class today, and even next week you're missing the class because of a reason, and you're going to the class 2 weeks later. But still, you can understand the content explained in that day for a certain extent. But in A levels, it's really hard for the first month. That is okay because first month I told you every week newcomers are joining. Because of that reason, like even when a newcomer comes to the class next week, still we'll be starting a new part. Today we'll be starting a new part, like it's a continuation of difference of two squares, which everyone here can easily understand. So for this month, even though you come to the last week of the class as a newcomer, you can understand. But when we commence the syllabus, and let's say we are starting a lesson, and you come in the very first week, you understand that, but you get absent in the second week. And without even watching a recording or without even joining the live class, you are coming to the class week after. Then it's really hard to understand what I'm explaining that day, and it's really hard to connect from where you stopped like 1 week before. So because of that reason, I need you to attend classes properly, either physical or online. Like it is better if you can come physical, come to the class, get it done, then you can go home. But if there are transport issues, which we can assume that might arise in the coming weeks, so that's why I need everyone to get registered to the website. And in case, let's say that you won't be able to make to the class today as a physical student, you can still join to the online class. Okay, so that because of this corona, we got online education. So it's one advantage, or what, like only advantage we can say in corona, that online education was introduced to the country and it widely spread over the country. Because of that reason, like students can adapt easily for online education. So I need you to have that discipline very first day, because when even today when I was coming to the class, I saw that there are queues in like in near sheds. The QR system, you are aware about the country situation. The QR system started yesterday. Because of that, at the initial days there might be queues, but later in 2 3 days, I assume that these all the queues will be disappeared. And because of the rush of the first 2 3 days only, there is a queue. But let's see, and the it is not a issue with the country; it is a global issue. And let's see what happens with the war. And everyone is praying and everyone is waiting this to end soon. But after the war ends and all the fuel crisis and all is solved, and if you come and say I couldn't come to the class for like 2 3 months, so I missed these lessons. That means the war is done, and then there's another war starting with your A levels. Clear? So you need to have that smooth continuation of your studies. What is the not a serious thing? Come to the physical class if you're coming by bus or by a vehicle. If you won't be able to come, then you can join the online class. That's all. That's the simple. Still, you have current and all. Because in which grade you were in 2022 when these current issues were there, petrol queues and current power failures were like 12 to 14 hours. You were in grade 8. 2022, you were in grade 8. Okay, you can remember, no? So now, luckily, we don't have these current failures. Only thing is the shortage of fuel. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Okay. So what did we do last week is, after speaking for like 2 hours and 2.5 hours, we start this part called basic mathematical concepts. So my intention of doing these basic mathematical concepts, I'll be drawing this graph. I'll be drawing this graph for wrong pen. Okay. So I'll be drawing this graph in every day in March, because new students will be coming. If we consider your maths knowledge, okay, if you consider your maths knowledge you have learned from grade 1 up to O levels, let's say O levels is somewhere here, you start with 0. At the end of your O levels, you reach somewhere here. So this is your maths knowledge. So if you're going to do commerce, arts, tech, or bio, this maths knowledge is more than enough. But if you're doing A level maths starts somewhere like here, which means there is a gap between your O level maths from where you have stopped and where we are starting A-level maths. So there is a small gap, not a huge gap. So what I'll be doing in these first 4 weeks is that I'll be doing this basic mathematical principles part to cover this gap. So a clear example for this gap is, in O levels you had simultaneous equations. In simultaneous equations, you had to solve simultaneous equations only consisting two variables, so two unknown terms. But in A levels, inside some lessons questions, we have to solve simultaneous equations consisting three variables and maybe four variables. There are instances where you have been given a system of simultaneous equations consisting four variables. But that part, like we don't have a separate lesson in A levels named as simultaneous equations, which means they are assuming when a student is coming from O level to A levels, when he's doing maths, he or she should be able to solve a system of simultaneous equations consisting 4 variables. Okay, so that is that gap. But we personally know that you can't do that. And there are some expansions, factorization methods, and different things than simplifications related to square root that we need to discuss. So what we'll be doing here is covering this gap under basic mathematical concepts. So I see a few new faces, that is okay. You can just leave one CR page. One CR page means 2 sides of a CR page and start from the next page. And you can easily understand from the first problem that we are going to solve. Okay, so everyone have a tute. Either you have the proper tute or even you haven't registered. We have given you a A3 tute. So the questions that I'm going to discuss in March consist in that A3 tute. If you have the proper tute, same thing. Okay, so newcomers keep one CR page or 2 sides of the CR book. So what we did last week, we stopped from difference of two squares. How to factorize the difference of two squares. How to factorize the difference of two squares. The online student sounds is okay. So, okay. And if online students are having any problems, you can send it as a message in the chat. I'll be constantly checking the chat, even though this is a hybrid class. Hybrid means I'm streaming the physical class, but still I'm paying attention to the online class. So if you have any doubts regarding the online class or any mathematical problem, you don't have to hesitate to send a message in the chat. Okay, I'll be checking the chat on and off. Okay. So we did difference of two squares last week, and I told you the difference of two squares, a squared minus a b squared, the two factors can be written as a minus b and a plus b. The two factors can be written as a minus b and a plus b. So these are the two factors of the difference of two squares. So how did we use this? How did we use this? I told you to factorize this in this way. There should be clearly a difference of two squares. For example, when we have a squared minus 4, what is the difference of two squares here? We have a squared minus 2 squared, which is equal to a minus 2 and a plus 2. A minus 2 and a plus 2. Similarly, if we have something like 25a squared minus 4, minus 4. So what are the difference of two squares? What are the two squares here? Here we have 5 squared a squared minus 2 squared. I told you here it's not two squares. Here we can see 3 squares. So you need to clearly write, so this is from last week, you need to clearly write this as two squares and the difference of two squares. So we are having this squared minus this squared, which is equal to 5a minus 2 and 5a plus 2, which is equal to 5a minus 2 and 5a plus 2. Okay. Okay. Now let's start question number 7. We have done up to question number 6. I'm referring to the main question 2. We have done the first 6 questions. So now question number 7. So what do we have here? A to the power 4 minus 1. A to the power 4 minus 1. So what do I require is to have the difference of two squares. Listen. First listen and then you can do it alone. Huh? So what am I required to have the difference of two squares? So tell me, how can we write a to the power 4 as a square? How can we write a to the power 4 as a square? So this is not a square, this is a fourth power. How can we write a to the power 4 as a square? I need you to talk. We need to do this in interactive way. Then only it's not lazy or boring, because the time is boring. 3 o'clock means if you were at home, probably after having your lunch, you might be sleeping now. Okay. And like mentioning for the new students, I'll be using Sinhala very rarely, like 99% of the class, like even though I have like put this 100%, we do all the concepts and all the problems in English. I might be using Sinhala like 1%. Kammeli unaham wage was terunada, like in Tamil valankincha, something like that. I'll be using those. if not all the concepts and theories will be done in English, and all the problems are explained in English. If you have any doubt with that, you can come to the single medium class. Because what I believe is, if you do English medium, you need to learn and understand in English medium. Not that I expect everyone here to talk in English, but if you are doing English medium, you need to learn in English medium and understand in English medium. If you want to learn in Sinhala, understand in Sinhala, you have the Sinhala medium class, which I conduct, and that is 100% Sinhala. This is 99% English. Like when I see someone sleeping, rather than asking sleeping, like if I mention doi, it sounds good, sounds good. Like I might use Sinhala, but if not, it's better to do in English. Okay. So yeah, I need to talk. I need you to talk when I ask something, because I told you at the beginning of the class, the rate that students are answering is very high. But with the time, you get matured and you don't answer. Because in the single medium class in the 2028, if I ask a question, if I ask this, okay, how can we write a to the power 4 as a square? The entire class will be telling that we can write it as a power of a power. A squared squared. So I get that answer. But if I ask they are like shouting the answer, giving the answer in singular, varge. If I ask that question in the 2027, which is bit matured, a squared squared. Now 28 is a squared squared. 27 is a squared squared. If I ask the same question from the 2026, which is like the most senior class, a squared squared. So that's what happened. The response rate, the volume of your response, the answers goes low with time. Now, when I ask you, okay, hands up, who got the correct answer? This way. Who got the correct answer? So I got it. 2027, if I ask you, hands up, who got the correct answer? 2027, hands up, who got the correct answer? So that's what happened when you get matured. So I expect answers. So that is natural. Huh? But if you start here, at the end of 2 years, you will be somewhere here. So if you start from here, then at the end of class, you will be going like minus decibels. Yeah. Okay. Now tell me, how can we write a to the power 4? I mentioned it. Tell me, how can we write a to the power 4 as a square? A squared squared. Okay, so here it's a squared squared. A squared squared, and 1 is anyway 1 squared. Okay, now we have the difference of 2 squares. So we can write this as a squared minus 1 and a squared plus 1. Tell me, what did I mention about factorizing last week? When you factorize an expression, you need or you are supposed to keep that in the simplest form. So that's what we expect in factorization. When you factorize an expression, you are supposed to keep that in the simplest form. So tell me, is this the simplest form? No, because here what you can see again, a square minus 1. What is this? Again, you can see a difference of 2 squares. So when you can see a difference, like, it's not wrong if you keep the answer in this way, but it's better to keep the answer in the simplest form. So when you see this, you can write again, factorize this. This is a squared minus 1 squared, a squared plus 1. So here you can again write this, a minus 1, a plus 1, and a squared plus 1. Okay. So this is the difference of 2 squares. This is the addition of 2 squares. Addition of 2 squares does not have factors. You can't factorize an addition of 2 squares. If you know the factors, please let me know, because I even don't know how to factorize the addition of 2 squares. So we only can write the factors of the difference of 2 squares. So what is this concept? What is this? What do we call in maths writing a to the power 4 as a to the power 2 squared? We call it as power of a power. Because you know, when it is a power of a power, the two powers get talk. Solunga. When it is a power of a power, the two powers get multiplied. It get multiplied. So here we call it as a power of a power concept. Power of a power. And what is this? We have a square plus 1. It is the addition of 2 squares. I told you, addition of 2 squares cannot be factorized. Furthermore, that is the simplest way. Addition of 2 squares. Addition of 2 squares cannot be, you can't be factorized. Small thing, what do I expect here is to factorize using the difference of two squares and then keep it in the simplest way. Clear? Okay. Then do question number 7 and do question number 8 alone. Question number 7. Even if you are a newcomer, that is okay. Leave two sides of a CR book, one entire page or two sides, and put number 7 and start with this question. So always when you factorize, keep it in the simplest form. And online students are all good, no? Any questions, any doubts? Okay. And if there are any new students in the online class, if you go through the group, you can find easily the first day recording. So my advice is to watch that recording at least the first 2 hours, which gives you a comprehensive understanding about the math stream or the physical science stream. And only for the first 2 weeks, we have uploaded the link to the group. But next week onwards, you need to join through the website. And I have uploaded the contact list. Not me, the admin has uploaded the contact list. If you have any doubts regarding the online class, you can contact those numbers. Because next week, we won't be uploading the group to the, not the group, the link to the group. You have to join through the website. Question number 7 done, and do question number 8. Keep it in the simplest way. If it is the simplest way, everyone is supposed to get the same answer. There can't be different answers. Simplest form. Okay. Okay. So here 16 can be written as 4 squared, and a to the power 4 is a squared squared minus 9 squared. So here we have 4a squared squared minus 9 squared. So this is what we consider as the difference of two squares. This is the difference of two squares. So then we have 4a squared minus 9 and 4a squared plus 9. So when it is plus, it cannot be furthermore factorized. But here you can see 4 can be written as a square, 9 can be written as a square, which means this can be factorized further. Okay, then let's write the factors. 4 is 2 squared, a squared minus 3 squared, 4a squared plus 9. Okay, then we have a 2a squared minus 3 squared. We have 2a squared minus 3 squared, and here it's 4a squared plus 9. 4a squared plus 9. So what are the factors here? Here we have 2a minus 3 and 2a plus 3. 2a minus 3 and 2a plus 3. And here it's 4a squared plus 9, which is the addition of two squares. So this one cannot be furthermore factorized. Okay, hands up who have written this in this way, up to this. Okay, good. Then do question number 10. The next question, sorry, question number 9. If you're not sure, you can use a pencil or you can do it in a rough paper. Question number 9. If you're not sure, you can do it in a rough paper or use a pencil. Okay, so let's do this in this. Here, like you wrote this one, this I asked you to write. If you didn't write this near this one. Write in a red pen, put a red arrow and write in a red pen. Addition of two squares can't be factorized. If you have written it, then that's okay. If you haven't written it yet, using a red pen, write addition of two squares can't be factorized. Okay. Okay, so now we have two term, like not two terms here, we are having two factors or expression. So what is the difference is this is a term. So this is a term, 81 can be written as 9 squared. So that is a term. What is this? These are not terms, these are factors. So here you need to consider this entire factor as one term. You need to consider this entire factor as one term. So what happens if you have the difference of two squares, what you can write is, okay, this plus this. So we have 3x plus y plus x plus 2y, okay, and this minus this. So these are the two factors. So this plus this and this minus this. So when we have 3x plus y minus this, I'm writing this in this way, minus x plus 2y. So what I have done here is, if you consider this one, okay, wait, I'll write this in a separate bit. So here is the orange colored factor, 3x plus y, 3x plus y. Okay, then I'll mark the next factor using a green pen, the color of defeat. So here we have x plus 2y, x plus 2y, and x plus 2y. So it's clear we are having the difference of two factors. We are having the difference of two factors, the squares of two factors. So this plus this and this minus this. So that's correct because the factors are a plus b and a minus b. Now my question is, I need you to like raise your hand. Like you should be able to lift your hands for at least one option, because I'm not asking serious complex questions whether is it enough that you have lived. No, I'm asking a simple question. So even though you don't know the answer, that's okay. Just raise your hand for one option. Okay. Okay. Now tell me, hands up if you're telling this factorization is correct. Hands up if you're telling this is correct, because difference of two factors means this plus this and this minus this. Hands up if you're telling it's correct. Few hands are there. Okay, hands up if you're telling this is wrong. Okay, so what is the if it is wrong, what like if it is correct, no issue. If it is wrong, what is the problem here? There should be brackets. So what is the problem here? When you subtract, not subtract. Okay, I mentioned it last week. You probably have heard the word subtract till grade 11, but from grade 12, learn it properly, it's subtract. Okay, did you search the spellings when you go? Oh, it was SUBTRA. There's no any subtitles, not subtitles. Okay. Okay, so here, so what is the issue here? When you have to subtract an expression, you need to use brackets. So that is a mandatory rule in maths. When you have to subtract this entire one, you need to use brackets. You need to use brackets. So then what do you have? Here it's 4x plus 3y, okay, done. Here it's 3x plus y minus x minus 2y, it's clear. So if you didn't use the bracket, if you haven't used the brackets, it's minus x plus 2y, but what is supposed to be there, it's minus x minus 2y. So you have to use brackets, and then you get, yeah, so here we have 4x plus 3y, and here it's 3x minus x is 2x minus y, 2x minus y. Okay. Okay, so do this in this way first, and then I'll give us more note here. First do this in this way. If you have done it properly, good. Everyone else do this. So it's a mandatory rule in maths to use brackets when you have to subtract an expression. Okay, near this one, put a red arrow, put a red star mark, and write in a red pen, all red. Red arrow, red star mark, and red pen. If you only have the blue pen, write something, write it. Don't stay without writing. Okay, write this. Use in brackets. Use in brackets is compulsory. Use in brackets is compulsory. Compulsory COMPULSORE silence. Use in brackets is compulsory when an expression is subtracted. Use in brackets is compulsory when an expression is subtracted. When an expression is subtracted. Clear? Okay. So keep that as a golden rule when you do the simplification. When you have minus an expression, always use the brackets. If not, you get a wrong answer. Okay, so then do question number 10. I need everyone to get the correct answer. Do question number 10. Okay, so same thing, we have the difference of squares of two factors. So this factor plus, when it is plus, you don't have to use a bracket, no difference, x minus y. When it is plus, you don't have to use a bracket. But when it is minus, you have to use 2x plus y, 2x plus y minus x minus y, minus x minus y. Okay, so here x minus y cancel off. 2x plus x is equal to 3x. And 2x plus y minus x plus y. So then we have 3x is equal to x plus 2y. So this is how you factorize this. So factorizing means you have to express these terms as a product of the term. So here it's entirely a product. Okay, hands up who have taken 3x into x plus 2y. Everyone got it? No? Okay, so when I ask a question from the physical class to hands up, even the online students, like I said, you got hands, you probably can lift your hands, but I can't see you. So send a message in the chat mentioning that I got the answer. Okay, so let's finish the work with difference of two squares. Do question number 11 and 12, so we can finish the work of difference of two squares. To question 11 and 12. Same thing, using difference of two squares. I need you to factorize. These online students have that practice. When I ask a question from the physical class, I need even responses from you all, because then I don't have to specially ask, okay, online students, send me a message. Okay, question number 11. Tell me what is the basic step or the primary step of factorizing? So number one, we are under difference of two squares. So we are under difference of two squares. But can you see a square here? Is 2 a proper square? Later in the fourth day of basic mathematical concepts, we are going to learn that 2 can be written as a square. But for now, 2 is not a proper square. So you can't see a square here, and even 18 is not a square. But tell me, last week when we were doing this factorizing, what was the basic or the primary step of factorizing? Taking out the common term. So taking out the common term is the basic of factorizing. So here, what you can do is you can take out 2. Okay, now you have the difference of 2 squares. So 9 can be written as 3 squared. So what are the two factors? 2 times a minus 3 and 2 times a plus 3. Okay, so the basic step of factorizing is somehow take out the common terms. If you see common terms, take them out, because then it makes the this process, the simplification the process much easier. Even here I admit you can see the difference. Here you can see squares. 100 is a square, 64 is a square, all are squares. But the process of simplification or simplifying will be easier if you take out the common terms at the very first step. So then it is easier. So here, tell me out of 164, what is common? Yeah, 2 is common. So when I ask what is common, I'm expecting the highest common factor. So what is the highest common factor between 164? It's 4. It's 4. So we can take out a 4 here. And then we can see x squared is here, so we can even take out x squared. If you take out 4 out of 100, you have 25 here. 4 taken out of 16, 64, you have 16 y squared. Okay, now it is clear. Then the expression has been simplified. You can write this in this way. A 5 squared minus 16 is 4 squared y squared. Here's your difference of 2 squares. 5 squared minus 4y squared. Okay, then you can write the final answer in this way. This is equal to 4x squared, 5 minus 4y, and 5 plus 4y. Because I told you the simplest format should be the same answer to everyone. This is the simplest way. But let's say there is someone who doesn't think or who doesn't see that common factor can be taken out. He or she is just considering the difference of 2 squares to factorize this. But still, he or she can end up with the same answer in this way. So 100 is the square of 10. 100 is the square of 10. And 64 is the square of 8. You can see, x squared, y squared. Can see. Okay. So then we have the difference of 2 squares, 10x squared minus 8xy squared. Okay, now it's, okay, we have 10x minus 8xy are 10x plus 8xy. But again, I told you when you factorize someone, make sure that you keep it in the simplest way so we can have the same answer. So here what is common out of 10x and 8x? You can see that 2x is common, a 5 is remaining, 4 is remaining, 4y. Again here, 2x is common, we have 5 plus 4y. 2x into 2x gives you 4x squared. So even though you do this in this way, you end up with the same answer, 4x squared, 5 minus 4y, 5 plus 4y. You end up with the same answer, 4x squared, 5 minus 4y, and 5 plus 4y. Clear? Okay, so always keep in mind when you factorize, it's better if you can keep this in the simplest way. Okay. Okay, hands up who got question number 11 and question number 12. Correct? Hands up. Okay, complete the work. So it's okay if you don't get the, not that okay, but it's like okay for a certain extent if you don't get the final answers. But what I want you to do is learn from these. And then later when you have applied them again, even today we might have to apply this one. I need you to use the experience that you have gained today, gained in this first hour. It's okay that you didn't get the correct answer. That's okay. You came here to learn, but gain the experience, learn properly. And when you are supposed to use it again, I need to get the correct answer. Okay, so we did this part, difference of two squares, which we started last week and we did a part of it. We did up to question number 6. And anyone who doesn't have the tut in the online class, you can get the tut in the group. It has been uploaded. So we started difference of two squares last week and we did like 6 questions and remaining 6 questions was completed today. So now you have a comprehensive idea about difference of two squares, even new. Because in O levels, you didn't have this type of which was written here. In O levels, did you have to factorize question number 9 and 10? You had those questions? No. I don't remember you had, I don't think. In O levels, when it comes to difference of two squares, it's just terms with two squares, like the other remaining questions. So here now we have a good idea. Any kind of difference of two squares, you are able to factorize. Good. Okay, write the next topic. Write the next topic. Basic numerical simplifications. Write the next topic. Basic numerical simplifications. Basic numerical simplifications. Basic numerical simplifications. So here, simplification. What we are going to do is we are going to practice the Bodmer's method with some simplifications to improve your simplification ability. Okay? Okay, so you know the Bodmer's method. Bodmer stands for bracket of division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. But in A levels, we don't have this mathematical operation called of. So where did you have of? Out of the land of your father, you got this much of this. So that is how we got of now. In A levels, we don't have this of. Okay. So like luckily you did English medium because then you have Bodmas. Have you heard the corresponding Sinhala word for Bodmas? So Bodmas is something that we can easily understand and you can easily remember it. But the corresponding Sinhala term for Bodmas is like bracket stands for Varahana Vayanda. Okay. Of stands for of is Alnayanda. Okay. The corresponding Sinhala word. Varahana Alnayanda. Division stands for Bedima, which is Be. Then the multiplication stands for Gunitaya, which is Gu. And addition, they have given this rather than Ekatukarna Venuda, they have given Dana. Dana means this plus. The and the subtraction, they have given Rina, which is ideally we write Rina in this way, not in this way. I hope that you have done Sinhala, but some has done Tamil. But in we write Rina in this way, but here they have used this Re to stand this Re. So the corresponding term for bottomless in Sinhala is one Begudari. You can ask from a friend from who has done Sinhala medium. Like even in the Sinhala medium class, I'm using bottomless because I'm used to that. Like these words, you can't remember it, no? Like one Begudari. It's really hard. Okay, but luckily you did English medium, so you have the bottomless. Okay, okay. So let's do some simplifications to practice this bottomless method. Okay, so I'll be doing 8 mathematical operations. It's okay, like if you don't get the answer for question number 1, 2, 3, that is okay. But learn the mistake. And when it comes to question number 4, 5, 6, 8, I need everyone to get the answer. I'm not asking who got the correct answer for question number 1, 2, 3. But from question number 4, I'm going to ask it. Okay. So if you didn't get the answer, learn the mistake and don't repeat it. Do it properly from the next question onwards. Okay. The first one, simplify this one. We have 2 into minus 1 cube minus 3 into minus 1 plus 7 into minus 1 to the power 2. Okay. The first challenge is write it properly. Yeah. 50% of the problem is done when you write it properly. Now, everyone should start, even though you are a newcomer. Even though you are a newcomer, you can start from here. You do this. And in the online class, I need students to put the answers in the chat. Even previously, I asked to send a message who have got the answer, but only like 1, 2 students have answered. So here, from this question onwards, I need, because this is an answer that you can easily type and send. So online class, the students, everyone, type and send you answer. It's okay that you get a wrong answer, but that's okay. So keep the chat active and then even I can look at it on and off. So you can compare your answers. Okay. Okay. So what happens here? When we have minus 1 to the cube, the minus 1 cube, what we have to consider is whether the power is even or odd. Because we know when it is a odd power of minus 1, we get minus 1. And when it is an even power of minus 1, we get plus 1. So how big the power is, that doesn't matter. The only thing that you need to consider, you need to focus. Can't talk in the class. Sit properly, not in a diagonal way. Sit properly. Sit properly and like back straight, and you don't stay in this way. Sit properly. Yeah. You are like the youngest class, and like when you go to like when in 2 years again, like in the future in 2020, that's okay. Then you can stay in this way because automatically that happens. When you come to the 2026, I don't just go behind the students asking them, okay, keep your back straight, stay awake, because that naturally happens with all the motivation and the stress that they have when the exam is coming. Automatically the backs will be straight. So here you have to be sitting properly and can't talk. I'm looking all eyes on you. Okay. Okay, so here, when it is a odd power, it's minus 1. That is the only thing you need to consider. So here you can do this in this way. You can either multiply these two and then consider the minus, or you can consider minus minus becomes plus and then multiply by minus 1. You end up with the same answer. Okay, so here if it is minus minus, it's plus 3 into minus 1. Here we have 7 into minus 1 squared is 1. Okay. Okay, then we have minus 2 minus 3 plus 7, which is minus 5 plus 7. That's equal to 2. Okay. I'm not going to ask whether you got the correct answer. If you got, really good. But that doesn't mean if you didn't get the answer, you're bad. But learn where did you go wrong. Don't repeat that. That's all. Inside these set of questions, don't repeat it. Okay, then do minus 2 into minus 2 to the power 3 minus 7 into minus 1 to the power 2026 plus 5 into minus 2 squared minus 1. First task is write it properly. So I still can't see answers in the previous one. Okay, so let's see how this goes. We have minus 2 and minus 2 cube is equal to minus 8, because I know the cube or a odd power of a minus is minus. So we have minus 2 into minus 8. And here I told you this previously, you can either consider these two and then consider the minus, or here you can go with minus minus, which gives you plus 7 into minus 1 to the 2026 power. I told you, like, it's okay that how big the power is. The only thing that you need to consider whether it is odd or even. That's all. When it is -1, the only thing that you need to consider whether it is odd or even. Because I know when it is even, you get +1. When it is odd, you get -1. You can do that only when it is 1 or -1. You can't do it when it is -2 to the power 2026. Even you can't calculate that in a calculator. If you try to find 2 to the power 2026, you get this overflow, which means that number cannot be displayed in the calculator, even in a phone's calculator. Okay, so I want give you to find 2 to the power 2026. Only -1 or 1 to the power 2026. It is even. When it is even, it's +1. That's all. And here we have 5 into -2 squared is 4 minus 1. So -2 into -8 is 16 and +7. And here where BODMAS is used, because you don't subtract 4 minus 1 and then multiply by 5. No? So this is where you use BODMAS. Even though you don't think that BODMAS is applied here, that is what naturally happens. You first multiply this by 5 and then you consider minus. Okay. So here we have 36 and 43. We have 43 minus 1, which is equal to 42. Good if you got the answer, but I'm not asking you to raise your hand, because if you have done any mistakes from this one onwards, question number 3, 4, I need you to do this properly. It's 36, 43. Yeah, okay. Okay, then the next one, question number 3. Let's go with this 7 into -1 to the power 4 minus 2 into 3 squared minus 7 minus -2 into 3 plus 1. So I need to see answers in the online chat. The previous question, good that I can see some answers. So keep the answer whether it is wrong or correct. And even this one, I can see correct answers. Good. Okay. Okay, so what happens here? -1 to this even power is +1. A -2 into 3 squared is 9. Here we have -7. So I told you here you can do this in two ways. Either you can go with minus minus and then multiply by 3. Or what you can do is you can keep the minus and multiply these two, which is -6. So it's clear you end up with the same one. So at the end you get +6. No? Even when you multiply, consider minus minus is +2 into 3 is again +6. So that is okay. You can either consider these two and then multiply by 3, or you can multiply these two, then consider the minus. And we have +1. So here it's 7 minus 18 minus 7 minus minus is +6 plus 1. So here you can see this 7 minus 7 cancel off. Here we have minus 18 plus again 7, which is equal to minus 11. So what is the answer I get here? It's minus 11. Okay, hands up who got this one, minus 11. Good, better. Okay, then the next question, question number 4. Okay, so here there's one more thing that you need to think. We have 2 squared minus 1 to the power 7, okay, minus 3 squared into 1 plus 7 into minus 1 to the power 2 minus 3. Okay, do this. First write the question properly. Yeah? If not, you won't be getting the answer anyway. So online students, keep sending the answer soon after you are done. Just send the answer. So I can see the previous one you have sent minus 11. Good. Keep that momentum and even do question number 4. Okay, so there's one interesting point here. So here it's 2 squared is 4 into minus 1. This is a odd power. So you have to only consider whether this is odd or even. This is odd. So minus 1 to the power 7, odd power is minus 1. So I'll just keep this in this way. This part I'll keep in this way into 1 plus 7 into minus 1 squared is 1 minus 3. So I'll just keep this here. Here we have minus 4. And still I don't know what is the value here. From here we have plus 7 and minus 3. So the thing here is we are having a problem about this minus 3 squared. Okay, about this minus 3 squared. Okay, now tell me, hands up, if you have put plus 9, hands up if you have put plus 9 here, plus 9. Like I need like either it's plus 9 or minus 9. So you need to raise your hand for one of the options. You can't put 16 here. No? Okay, tell me, okay, this one, hands up if you have put plus 9. Okay, hands up if you have put minus 9 here. Did you put plus or minus? Why can't you see like some are like raising the hands for both answers? Again, hands up if you put plus 9 here. Okay, then hands up if you have put minus 9 here. Okay, better. Now the thing is this. It's a battle between whether it is minus 9 or plus 9. Whether it is minus 9 or plus 9. So it's a problem whether this is plus 9 or minus 9. So now we are in this one. So this is the issue that we are having. Minus 4 squared. What is minus 4 squared? What is minus 4? It's minus 4 into minus 4 squared means minus 4 into minus 4, which is equal to 16 plus 16, which is plus 16. What is minus 4 squared? The difference is the bracket. The difference is the bracket. Here, minus 4 is the number that gets squared. So when it gets squared, it is minus 4 into minus 4. But here, we have this minus in front of this. Tell me what is the number that gets squared? What is the number? Can't talk, can't talk. Okay. What is the number that gets squared? Is it minus 4 or is it 4? It's 4. What is the number that gets squared here? It's 4. But we have a minus in front of this as a coefficient. We have a minus in front of this as a coefficient. So here, this is equal to minus 16. This is equal to minus 16. So in this case, look at this. We have minus 3 squared, which means what gets squared here, is 3. What is 3 squared? What is the talk? What is 3 squared? It's 9, but we have a minus in front of it. We have a minus in front of it. So it's minus 9. So here we have minus 9. A minus 13 minus 3 is minus 16 plus 7. So minus 16 plus 7 is minus 9. So the answer here is minus 9 because this one is not plus 9. It is minus 9. Okay. Because you learn that properly. So do here, if you have done anything wrong, correct it. And towards the right hand side of the book, just separate, put a small line, just like probably 3-4 lines are enough. Towards the right hand side of the book, keep like a 1-inch space and draw this line and even note this down. So when you have the book in this way, towards the right hand side, keep like 1 inch and draw a small line for like 4-5 rules and then write this one. So when it is minus 4 squared, which means minus 4 gets squared, which is plus. But if it is minus without a bracket 4 squared, a 4 gets squared, the minus will be there. The minus will be there. Okay, so then even correct this one. If you have put here minus 9, it's correct. But if you have gone with plus, it's wrong. Huh? Because when it is minus with a bracket, then it is plus, that I admit. But here it's minus 3 squared, which is 9. Minus will remain here. So you know this one, no? Like when you square a positive number, you get a positive value. When you square a negative number, you even get a positive value. So if I ask you to think of a number, you can think about any number. You can think about any number, plus or minus, that is okay. And if I ask you to square that number, now do this, think about any number. Okay, any number. Now square that number. So if you thought about 98, now square it. Okay, think about any number, plus or minus. Now square it. Okay. Hands up if you got a negative number. Didn't understand? Think of a number. It can be plus or minus. Now square that number and hands up if you got a negative number. No. So no one got a negative number because even when you think about a positive number and square it, you get a positive value. Even if you take a negative number and square it, again you get a positive value. So you think like every number, when you square any number, you think that you are getting a positive number, but that is wrong. So I normally ask this question at the beginning of the class at every year. So once in 2023, in the 2023 batch, when I asked the same question, think of a number. So it was a abnormal thinking. I'll tell you the reason. And I asked them to square the number, the same question that I asked from you. I didn't do English medium classes back then in Sinhala, I asked it. And when I asked you, okay, hands up if you got a negative number, one student just raised his hand. And the entire class was just looking at him. Why did he raise his hand? Like you can't get a negative number when you square a number. So I just noted him. And then during the class, later, I just went near to him and asked from him, what is the number that you thought of? Okay, so his concept is correct. Now, if I ask you, what do you get when you square root 2? What do you get when you square root 2? Square and the square root cancel off. So when you square this root 2, what is the value you get? The square and the square root cancel off. That you know. No? So this is equal to what? Tell me. When the square root and this cancel off, what is remaining? 2 is remaining. But the thing is, when I ask you to think of a number, do you think about root 2? You don't think about this, no? Even though you are living in a world of search, you don't think about root 2, no? So what that particular student has thought, he was thinking about -1 root. So that was his thinking. He was thinking about -1 root. And now when he squared that number, the square and the square root cancel off. He end up getting -1, yes, which is a negative value. So that is an abnormal thinking, but late he told me, so like initially I was thinking, like I can't remember, but let's say he was thinking about 4. But when you ask me to square it and hands up whether you got a negative answer, then I thought about this one because he was a student who has gone to these Olympiad competitions and all, a high IQ student. So he ended up being the district third in that year. So that's how high IQ people are built. Not when you think about -1 root, you are a high IQ person, but probably he has met this before. So there are values because I want to clear this. If you think, okay, any number when you square it, it's positive, that's wrong. That is something we are learning in April called this real numbers. So real numbers and these are called as imaginary numbers. Let's talk about that in April. Okay, so that is obvious answer. No? Think of a number, square it, hands up if you got a positive one. Everyone is lifting the hand. So you're thinking, so I can mind read. Because sir has thought my number and when you square it, you are getting a positive. Those are not mind reading. Those are obvious answers. No? Even this is not a mind reading. Think of a number. Think of a number. We have a simplification to do. So think a small number. Don't go with 71. It's okay, but you have to simplify. Everyone, I need to do this. Focus. We look at the board screen. Okay. Think of any number. It can be positive or negative. Okay, don't think about these numbers. Multiply the number by 4. Multiply the number by 4. Okay. Now add 20 to that number, to the value. After multiplying by 4, add 20. Okay, just do it by heart. You don't use a pen. Okay. Now divide the number by 4. You have multiplied by 4. You have added 20. And now divide the number by 4. Even online students, I need you to do this. Okay. So now we have a particular value. No? Now I need to subtract the initial value you thought of. Let's say at the beginning you thought of 2. So now I need to subtract 2 from the value you got. So now you have a value in your mind. When you multiply it by 4, add 20 and divide by 4, you get a value. From that value, subtract the initial value. Done. Like you got 5 now. You got 5. So everyone here is supposed to get 5. If you have done the math properly, you get 5. So even that is not mind reading. That is not mind reading. That is basic maths. Let's say that you think of x. Okay, you multiply it by 4. And then you add 20. You add 20. And then you divide by 4. So when you divide this 4x divided by 4 plus 20 divided by 4, you end up with x plus 5. And then what did I ask you to do? I asked you to subtract the initial value you thought of from this answer. So whatever the x that you have thought of, x cancel off and giving you the answer 5. And even these are not mind reading, but when I do this for a grade 7, 8 student, oh, yes, I got 5. Yeah, so you can do this. You can do this. And you can make your own one, not the same one. You can ask them to multiply by 7, add something like 21, and divide by 7. Then the answer will be 3. But make sure the number that you add in here, and when you divide it, you are supposed to divide it properly. Don't ask to add 20 and then divide by 7. Nah? Then you don't get the same answer. Okay, so these are not even mind reading. Those are just general. This is maths. This might be a mind reading part. A, B, C, D, the letter D. Think of a country starting from letter D. Think of a country starting from, think independently. Don't discuss and think. And don't think Dubai because Dubai is not a country. It's a city. The country Dubai is in, it's United Arab Emirates. Okay, don't think about Dubai. It's a city. Think of a country that is starting from letter D. Okay, hands up if you thought of a country. Okay, now think of an animal which is starting from letter A, B, C, D, E. Think of an animal starting with letter E. Done. Okay, so everyone here was thinking about an elephant in Denmark. Okay, probably there might be some differences, but most of the students here, 95% of the students here, was thinking about an elephant in Denmark. But that is even not mind reading. We call it as Barnum effect. So Barnum effect is we talk about something general that is correct to the majority of the population. That's why I told you, like there might be several differences that who was not thinking about an elephant in Denmark. But the problem there was, if I ask you to think about another country starting with letter D, you don't know another country. So that's the trick there. Now try to think about another country starting with letter D. You don't know a country. There are countries. In the world map, there's a country called Dominic Republic starting with D. Democratic Republic of Congo starting with D. Djibouti. D is silence, but it starts with D. So there are countries, but you like in general, the population doesn't know about those countries. So the first country that comes to mind is either Dubai or Denmark. And when I say Dubai is a city, then you take it out. Okay, Denmark. I can't do that with letter C. If I ask you to think of a country starting with the letter C, you can think about Canada, China, Chile, Cuba, Czech, Congo. So many countries. So that's why letter D. So that's a trick. So that is the Barnum effect. We just talk about something which is correct for generally for everyone. An elephant is the first thing in when you are learning about the alphabet. We say D for donkey, E for elephant. No. And there are about other animals. No, you can think about an eagle. You can think about an eel. It starts from E. Elua bear. It's goat. No, that is not that T. Okay, so that is the first thing that comes to mind is elephant. Okay, so that's why. So even that's what these astrologists do. When your parent, your mother or father is like you are having a hard time, you are like you used to be in the top 10 in your class, but now you're like 20s and 30s and you're having a hard time and you lost your purse and all, and your mother or father is taking you you call this horoscope kendare to this astrologist. So normally a person go near to this kendra this astrologist, when they are having a hard time, no? Let's say you are becoming the first of the class and you are performing well in sports and all, and your family is having a good time, you don't take your horoscope to astrologist to check how your time is. No? So everyone who goes near to astrologist, when you're having a hard time. So when your mother or father go and sit in front of them, they are asking, you're not having a good time, your son is not having a good time, then oh yeah, he can understand my son, he can understand my mind. Okay, so that's the Barnum effect. And then he's speaking about facts which is like 60% correct for the general. So he's 60% the facts that he's talking for the like he's talking is correct for the general. 40% is wrong, but we don't think about the 40% because that 60% is correct. So that's what we are focusing. Even that's the same thing with this personality checks test. Have you done this personality test? Like in social media, I've seen this. There's huge. You have to give so many details to get this personality test. So it gives you what kind of a personality you are having. Whether you are an extrovert, introvert, or ambivert, and different qualities, they give you a detailed report about your personality. And then when you read it, you think, okay, yeah, this is almost me. I am having all these qualities. But the thing is, they're working with the general opinions. General opinions, which is correct for like 60 to 70%. Okay, that is a psychological effect, which is known as Barnum effect. Okay. Okay. So, and these are not abnormal thoughts. These are high IQ thoughts. High IQ thoughts. Okay, high IQ thoughts. That's why that student end up being the district third. So now, like you don't assume, okay, so even I thought about -1 rules, so that means I'm even having the possibility of ending up in district third or first. So nothing like that. Those are different things. He used to go to this Olympiad competition, the student from Royal. So that's what happened. Okay, normal things. Okay, so now you know the difference here, -4 squared and minus without a bracket 4 squared, you know the difference. Okay, so then let's do this one. I need this I need everyone to do this correctly. Question number 5. Okay, write this. Question number 5. 2 into minus 1 cube minus 3 into minus 2 squared plus 7 into minus 2 to the power minus 17. Okay, do this. I need everyone to get the correct answer. Check whether you have written the cubes and squares properly, yeah? Whether it is a cube or square. Okay, so here 2 into minus 1 cube is minus 1. And now you know the difference here. When it is minus 3 squared, minus will remain same and 3 squared is 9. But here it's minus 2 squared. So minus 2 with brackets squared gives you plus 4. A plus 7 into minus cube is minus 8 minus 17. So I end up with minus 2 minus 36 minus 56 minus 17. Then you can add this 2, 6, 8, 14 plus 7 is 1, 2 is remaining, 5, 5 is 10 and 117. You get 111 minus, wait, here 2 is remaining, it's 5, 5, 11, 56, 80. 92, yeah, you get minus 111. No? Okay, good. So question number 6, a new part is added. 3 squared minus, sorry, 3 squared into minus 1 to the power minus 1 into 3 minus 7 squared into minus 1 squared. Okay, do this. 3 squared into minus 2 plus minus 1 to the power minus 1. Okay, so here, like if we go with the normal one, it's 9 into minus 2. So what is the logic of this minus 1 to the power minus 1? So you can think this in two ways. One way is I told you when it is minus 1, you only have to care whether the power is odd or even. So that is the only thing that you have to care. When it is odd power, it is minus 1. When it is an even power, it is plus 1. So now tell me whether minus 1, is it odd or even? Minus 1, is it odd or even? Tell me, I need answer. Small question. Minus 1, is it odd or even? Not sure. In O levels, you only learned as odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Why didn't you learn about negative numbers? Yes or no? So even though it's negative, still minus 1, minus 3, minus 7, these are odd numbers. So this is a odd power. That is the only thing that you need to consider. This is odd power. So when minus 1 to a odd power, it gives you minus 1. So that is one way you can think it. And the other way is you can apply this, that a to the power minus 1 is equal to what? Tell me the minus power, how can you write it as a positive power? I need you to answer because you are giving me goosebumps about your maths, O-level maths knowledge. So then I'm thinking that I need to go back to grade 10 and 11 and start teaching you all these. So I need positive feedback. If you don't know, that's okay. But if you know, answer. If not, how can I read you? Like I'm really having like this doubt whether you know these stuff. So a to the power minus 1, how can you write this as a positive power? Now 1 over a. Okay. Okay, somewhere in the book even write this. A to the power minus 1 is equal to 1 over a. Somewhere in the same page, just even write this. So here, even you can apply the same. You can apply the same. Look at this. A minus 1, I'll write it here in this side. Done this now. Okay. Okay, so minus 1 to the power minus 1, it's equal to 1 over minus 1 to the first power, power 1, which is minus 1. So 1 over minus 1 is equal to minus 1. So that is another way you can take it when you consider this 1 over power. Okay, somewhere in the book even write this a to the power minus 1 equals 1 over a. A to the power minus 1 equals 1 over a. Okay? Okay, using either ways that you can get that this is minus 1 into 3. Now you know minus 7 squared is minus will be remaining here 49 into 1. And now you have minus 18 minus 3 minus 49, which gives you the answer 52, 18, 60, 70 minus 70. This gives you the answer minus 70. Clear? So that's another way that you can take this. Okay. So here I'm going to use this now. Last two questions that we are going to do that I need everyone to get the answer. Online students even send me answers. Have you got these? Now I'll be applying this one. Now this minus 1 power is equal to 1 over a. Okay, last two set of questions we are doing. So try to get the answer. It's okay if you didn't get all the 6 ones. That's okay. Not that okay. But say, if you still didn't get the answer, keep it in that way. Let's do these two correctly. Let's do these two correctly. Question number 7. 9 into 3 to the power minus 1. Apply that one, that concept. Minus 3 squared into 2 plus minus 1 to the power 4 into 5 squared minus 2. Okay, do this properly. So when it is 3 to the power minus 1, apply that thing that we just learned. When it is 3 to the power minus 1, apply that concept. It's 1 over a. When it is a minus power, you can write it as a 1 over positive power. Okay, so what do we have here? Here we have 9 into 3 to the power minus an. Online students, I need to see answers before I get this final answer. 3 to the power minus 1, tell me, can be written as 3 to the power minus 1 can be written as 1 over 3, no? So it can be written as 1 over 3. Minus 3 square, now you know this minus is not involved in the square, so minus 12, 2. When it is even power, it's plus into 25 minus 2. These two cancel out. 3. We have 3 minus 18 plus 25 minus 2. 3 plus 25 is 28. Minus 18 minus 2 is minus 20, which gives you the answer 8. Which gives you the answer 8. Okay, answer who got the answer 8 here. Okay, so we were missing the last question that we are going to do. I need everyone to get this correctly. Okay, last one. Okay, we have 18 into 3 to the power minus 2 minus 2 squared into minus 1 minus minus 3 into 7 plus 6. Okay, I need everyone to get the correct answer. Last one. So when I ask you to raise your hands, if you have taken the correct answer, I need everyone to raise their hand, even though they didn't get the correct answer. To the last one. So again, a minus power. When it is a minus power, write it as 1 over positive power. When it is a minus power, write it as 1 over positive power. Okay, so here we have 18 into 3 to the power minus 2. I told you when it is a minus power, write it as a 1 over positive power. And now you know minus 2 squared is, this is 4. Minus will be remaining as minus 1, minus 1. A minus minus, I told you can either multiply these two and then consider the minus, or consider minus minus is plus. 3 into 7, you will be getting the same answer, plus 6. So here it's 18 over 1 over 9, minus 4 into minus 1 is plus 4, plus 21 plus 6, which gives you the answer. So 2 is remaining here. 2 plus 4 is 6. 6 plus 6 is 12. 12 plus 21 is 33. So you're supposed to get the answer 33. Okay, hands up who got the answer. 33 here. Okay, good, nice. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute, drink some water, and if there's anything to complete, you can complete this. Okay, write the next topic. Factorize in quadratic expressions. Write the next topic. Factorize in quadratic expressions. Factorize in quadratic expressions. Factorize in quadratic expressions. Okay. So what is a quadratic expression? Quadratic expression is an algebraic expression where the highest power is 2. When the highest power is 2, we say it as a quadratic expression. So when the highest power is 3, it's the cube. Then we call it as a cubic expression. Okay, so same way, like when the highest power of a variable is 2, the function, not a function, I'll just not use function, the expression is known as an quadratic expression. Okay, so this is something that you know. So how to factorize this, the basic step that you have done in O levels. So when you're supposed to factorize this, what you do is you have to split this middle term into two parts. You need to split the middle term into two parts, but there is a condition that after splitting it into two parts, when you multiply the two terms, you are supposed to get this coefficient. Sorry, the constant. But it's not actually that you need to get the constant. You are supposed to get the product of the constant and this coefficient. You can remember when you split this middle term into two parts, you are when you multiply that, you are supposed to get the product between these two coefficients. But since this is 1 and the first set of questions that we have, the coefficient is 1, then we say you don't have to think about this product. It's okay to have this constant when you multiply these two. Okay, so I'm just reminding you O-level knowledge. If you haven't, like, you have probably learned factorization of quadratic expressions in O-levels, but even if you haven't learned, that's okay, that you can learn from here. So I told you need to split the middle term into two parts. When you multiply, in this case, you are supposed to get 2. So then you know what you can do is this can be written as x squared plus 2x plus x plus 2. So here the middle term has been split into two terms, has been written in two terms, 2 and 1. So when you multiply 2 and 1, you get this, which means it's okay. And when you factorize, you take out the common term x here, x plus 2. even the common term 1 here, it's x plus 2. You get the two factors. Even in these two, x plus 2 is common. So when you pull out x plus 2, here x is remaining, here 1 is remaining. So when you pull out x plus 2, here x is remaining and here 1 is remaining. I'll show you another example, question number 2. Same thing, it's x squared plus x minus 2. So you have to split the middle term into two parts, which means one should be split into two parts. And when you multiply, you are supposed to get this constant. It's ideally this into this, but since this is 1, you are supposed to get this. And then you know how you can get minus 2 when you multiply. It's minus 2 plus 1 or plus 2 minus 1. But since I need plus 1 here, since I need plus 1 here, I'm going to split this as 2x minus x minus 2. So I'm just reminding, and I'll explain an easier method that how you can write the factors. For now, I'm just reminding you O-level maths. Okay, so after writing the middle term in this way, x is common in these two terms. You have x plus 2. If you take out minus 1, which is common, this becomes x minus becomes plus x plus 2. X plus 2 is common, and you have x minus 1. Okay, so what I want you to do using this method, the same thing that you have done for O-levels, I need you to factorize the first 8 questions in this method. Okay, let's first write what is a quadratic equation. Write this an algebraic expression, an algebraic expression, an algebraic expression with the highest power of 2, with the highest power of 2, with the highest power of 2 is considered as write in a black pen, quadratic expression is considered as write in a black pen, quadratic expression is considered as a quadratic expression. A quadratic normal pen. So when I ask you to change the pen, maybe the black pen or red pen, make sure you're only writing that specific special word. In this case, like quadratic expression. Because I might not again say write in a normal pen, but make sure only don't write the entire note using a black pen. Like telling me, says you didn't ask to change the pen. Okay, so only make sure the highlighted word or the main specific word should be written in that pen. Okay, then in the normal pen, write this. Write this. A quadratic expression, a quadratic expression can be factorized, can be factorized in the following manner. Can be factorized in the following manner. Okay, do the first 8 questions of question number 3. Do the first 8 questions of question number 3. Okay, so continue the work here. I need to write the middle term. We need to have minus 2 in a way that we get minus 1. So it's minus 2x and plus 1. It should be minus 2 and plus 1. Okay, then here x is common. We have x minus 2. And even here plus 1 is common. We have x minus 2. So then it is x minus 2 common and x plus 1. We have x minus 2 and x plus 1. In this case, we need to write minus 7. And when you multiply it, you have to get plus 12. So it should be minus 4 and minus 3. X is common. We have x minus 4 here. Here you can take out a minus 3. When minus 3 is taken out, it's x minus 4. So then x minus 4 is common. X minus 4 times x minus 3. So these are the two factors. Question number 4. Okay, here you have to have plus 1. And when you multiply, it should be minus 12. So it's 4 and 3. So plus 4 and minus 3. Minus 12, which gives you x is common, x plus 4. A minus 3 is common, you have x plus 4. So x plus 4 is common, x plus 4 times x minus 3. Okay, here you have to have minus 1. When you multiply, it should be minus 6. Then it is minus 3x plus 2x, no? Because that's how you get minus 6. X is common here, we have x minus 3. Plus 2 is common, we have x minus 3. And now when x minus 3 is taken out, it's x minus 3 and x plus 2. It's x minus 3 and x plus 2. Good. So it's like the way that how you split these middle terms. So that's your basic step. You have to write this using two terms. When you add them, you have to get this. When you multiply, you are supposed to get this. Okay, then here it's plus 4 and plus 1 x squared plus 4x plus x plus 4k. So x is common. We have x plus 4 plus 1 is common. We have x plus 4. So when x plus 4 is taken out, it's x plus 4 times x plus 1. Okay, here then it should be 2 and 3 x squared plus 3x plus 2x. I'm writing 5 as 3 and 2. And when you multiply, you get 6. So this is x times x plus 3. 2 is taken out, it's x plus 3. So then you have x plus 3 and x plus 2. So we have x plus 3 and x plus 2. Okay, so it's something that you have done, seen O levels. Okay, hands up who have factorized this in this way properly. Okay. Now this is what I want you to do, an additional step, an additional advanced step. Okay, now look at this. Look at the board. So everyone has done all 8. No. Now this is how you are supposed to factorize a quadratic expression according to your O-level maths textbook. So in the textbook, this is the method where you have to write this as 2 terms. What are the 2 terms? When you add them, you should get this middle term. When you multiply, you are supposed to get this. Now, like when you are doing this, there is one certain step that you have to think. No. So we are doing a thinking process here. You are doing a thinking process. So what is the thinking process? You need to think about 2 numbers such that when you add them, you get plus 3, and when you multiply, you get 2. So that thinking you have been doing, because of that thinking, you end up, okay, this one is minus 2 plus 1. This is minus 3 minus 4. That is plus 4 minus 3. You do that thinking part. No. Now tell me, according to that thinking, what are the 2 values? When you add them, you get plus 3. And when you multiply, you get plus 2. Tell me, what are the 2 values? Tell me. When you add, you get plus 3. So that's what you have done. Everyone like raise their hands that you got the answer. So what are the 2 values? You get 3, and when you multiply, you get 2. Tell me. 1 and 2. So that thinking, you already do know. Okay, so you think of, okay, the numbers are plus 2 and plus 1. Okay, in this case, tell me what are the two numbers? When you're supposed to get, when you add them, you're supposed to get plus one. When you multiply, you're supposed to get minus two. What are the two numbers? Plus two and minus one. You already have this thinking. You have done it, no? So you have done it. That's why you split this in this way. And if I take another example, this one, you have decided that the two numbers that gives you minus 7 when you add it and plus 12 when you multiply, you have decided it's minus 4 minus 3. Okay. The easiest part here, now you have spent 3 steps to factorize in this way. So this is what the O-level maths textbook expect you to do. But I admit there are some tutors in O-levels who even teaches students to factorize in this way. So after thinking these two numbers, the factors will be directly x plus 2 and x plus 1. That's all. Because you already have done this thinking process. So after thinking that the two numbers, after getting that the two numbers are plus 2 and minus 1, you can directly write the factors x plus 2, x minus 1. That's all. One step. So in O levels, what they have done, they have bring you like 90% of the question has been done. The thinking process has been done, but the O level textbook has forgotten to give this method where you can easily write the factors. I don't know, in our ages, didn't have this method in the textbook. Now do they have in the textbook? No, in the previous method, you had to go in this method. No, in the textbook? Okay. But there are some students who can do it this way because based on how their O-level math teacher has explained. So here you have already thought that you have to take the two numbers minus 4, minus 3. So if you have that thinking, the two factors will be x minus 4, x minus 3. Clear? Is it clear? So no any additional thinking part. It's just writing. It's just knowing, like you have to know to write this in this way. Okay, hands up if this method is clear. Okay, hands up who have done, now, like who did these 8 questions in this method. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they're like 5, 6. Okay, good. Okay, now write in this way. Write in this way. And quadratic expression, online students, even if you have taken in that way, send me a message. The quadratic expression can be easily factorized. Can be easily factorized in the following manner. Can be easily factorized in the following manner. Okay, so I need you to do all the 8 questions in this method. If there is a student who have already done in this method, you don't have to repeat it. Other students, repeat all the 8 questions. Don't look at the board in this method. Just write down the factors because the thinking you already know how to take the two values. After getting the two values, it's just write in the two factors x and x. Okay, so here, first we decide that the numbers we have to consider is -2 and +1 because we have to get -1. No? And then you write the factors x minus 2 and x plus 1. X minus 2 and x plus 1. And here, we first decide that the two numbers should be +4 and -3, no? Because you need to have -12, no? +3 and, sorry, +4 and -3, then the two factors will be x plus 4 and x minus 3. Here it's -3 and +2. So what are the two factors? We have x minus 3 and x plus 2. X minus 3 and x plus 2. This +4 and +1, +4 and +1. So then the two factors are x plus 4 and x plus 1. This case, we have 6. And 5 can be written as +3 and +2. So after thinking the two values, like now you can write this directly, x plus 3 and x plus 2. Okay, so I know that you have taken the same answers. Okay, hands up who didn't knew this method previously, but now you know the method and now it is clear. Okay, hands up now. This, if this method is clear, write in the factors directly. Okay, so then do question number 9. To question number 9, using the basic step of factorization. To question number 9, using the basic step of factorization. So use the basic step of factorization here. What is the basic step of factorizing? We even mentioned that today is in earlier. What is the basic step of factorizing? Taking out common terms. Taking out common terms is the basic step of factorizing. So here x is common. When you take out x, it's x squared minus x minus 12. This is something that we have done. We have done plus x. Okay. So think of the number, two numbers. What are the two numbers? You have to get -1, and when you multiply -12, then the two numbers is -4 and +3. -4 and +3. So after having the thinking, you can get this is equal to x minus 4 and x plus 3. We have x minus 4 and x plus 3. Okay, so that's how we do it. So just to make sure that you know the basic step of factorizing where you have to take out the common terms. Okay, take a break and come by 5:30. Okay. Okay, now we are still in the process of factorizing quadratic functions. And if you look at this question number 10, we have 10x squared plus 3x plus 1. So this is the quadratic, not the equation, the quadratic expression that you're supposed to factorize. So I told you, like, you have to split this middle term in the previous occasion such that when you multiply those two, you end up getting these, you end up getting the value of this constant. So why did I mean the constant here? I told you, it's not ideally that you have to get this constant. You are supposed to get the product of these two. But in the previous case, since the coefficient of x squared of is 1, you only have to consider about this constant. But now you need to split the middle term into two parts, such that when you multiply, you have to get the product of these two, which means 2, not 1. You have to write 3 in two terms. So when you multiply, you are not supposed to get 1. You are supposed to get 1 into 2, which is 2. Then you know how to take it. I can write 3 as 2 and 1. I can write 3 in 2 and 1. So when you multiply those two, 2 and 1, you get this product 2. And then you can factorize this. We have 2x is common and x plus 1. And if you take out plus 1, you have x plus 1, which is equal to 2x plus 1 times. When x plus 1 is taken out, you have 2x plus 1 into x plus 1. When x plus 1 is taken out, you have 2x plus 1 into this. Okay, I'll do another example. Question number 11. We have 3x squared minus 2x minus 1. Okay, now in this case, you are supposed to write the middle term in two terms, using two terms. When you multiply, you are supposed to get minus 3. 3 into minus 1 minus 3. So how you can write it? Minus 3, you can write it in this way, minus 3x plus x. You can write this in this way, minus 3 plus x, which means when you pull out 3x here, it's x minus 1. When you pull out 1, it's x minus 1. So now you can take out x minus 1. You get x minus 1 times 3x plus 1. When you pull out x minus 1, you get x minus 1 into 3x plus 1. Clear? Okay. Okay, write it this way. When the coefficient of x squared, when the coefficient of x squared, when the coefficient of x squared is not equal to 1, when the coefficient of x squared is not equal to 1, quadratic expressions can be factorized in the following manner. Quadratic expressions can be factorized in the following manner. Quadratic expressions can be factorized in the following manner. Okay. Do question number 10 and 11, which I have done in the board, and then 12 and 13. 10, 11, 12, and 13. So make sure you mark all the questions that we complete in the class, because the remaining questions I'll ask you to do as homework. So make sure you mark the questions in the tute, which we have done in the classroom. Do 10, 11, 12, and 13. And online students, when you register in the website, make sure you put the proper address, because that is the address that we will be couriering the tudes, sending the tudes and all. And as the first set, you will be getting the file, the first tude and the syllabus even. So make sure you have you enter the correct postal address. So do 12 and 13 even. Okay, so here, question number 12, we are supposed to get the product 4 into 3 is 12. So 8x should be split into two terms such that you get a product of 12, which means it's 6 and 2. So you can write this as 6x plus 2x plus 3. You can write this 8x as 6x and 2x, which means 2x is common, or 2x plus 3 plus 1 is common. You have 2x plus 3. So 2x plus 3 is common. So when 2x plus 3 is taken out, you have 2x plus 1 here. So these are the two factors. Okay, here you are supposed to have 3. So how 4 can be written such that you get 3 when the two numbers are multiplied? It's 3 and 1. So then you have 3x squared plus 3x plus x plus 1. So 3x is common, it's x plus 1. Plus 1 is common, it's x plus 1. So when you take out x plus 1, we have 3x plus 1. Okay, so this is how you do this in the normal method. But in the previous one, when the coefficient is equal to 1, I explained a method where you can easily write the factors. Okay. But here, when you look at this, now look at this, you think the two numbers is 3 and 1, but there's no any connection between those two numbers and these two numbers. No, in the previous case, when the two numbers we have thought of, is it 2, like if it is 2 and 1, what are the two factors? X plus 2 and x plus 1. If the two numbers that you have think of is minus 4 and plus 1, what are the two factors? X minus 4 and x plus 1. You can easily get that. But the thing here is that there is no any connection between these two numbers, and what do you get as this? In everywhere it's here. Look at this here. It's 6 and 2, but we have a 3 and 1. It's 3 and 1, but we have 1 and 1. Even here, it's minus 3, 1. So there's no any connection between the two numbers and this. Okay. So I'll explain a way that how you can directly factorize this. But my advice is if you can understand that, if it is clear, if there's no any confusion, you can do it in this way. But if it is like you have a small confusion or you feel that it is a bit different or difficult, then my advice is just go in the normal method, because it's just like you are spending 3 steps and here you can write it in 1 step. That doesn't mean that you are saving hours in the paper. No. If you do this, maximum you will take like 20 seconds. 20 seconds. And if you write the factors using just one line, you can do it in like 5 to 6 seconds. So it's just like a 15-second matter. No? So if you think that this method is confusing, don't try that method, but you can practice that. For now, just let's go in this method. So this is how we do this. So I have 2x squared plus 3x plus 1. I take the two factors. Now the thing here is, we have this first term 2x squared. We have the first term 2x squared. This first term is built when you multiply these two terms. You get the first term when you multiply the first two terms. You get 2x squared when you multiply the first two terms. So tell me, what is the only possible way that you can have 2x squared? It's clear it should be 2x into x. The only way that you can get 2x squared is 2x into x. So then the two terms are 2x and x. You get the first term when you multiply these two. Is it clear? Okay. You get this constant. You get this constant when you multiply these two. You get this constant when you multiply these two. So tell me, how can you get plus 1? How can you get, like when you multiply two terms, how can you get plus 1? There are two ways. Either it can be plus 1 into plus 1 or minus 1 into minus 1. So but you can decide that if you want to have 1 here, the two terms should be 1 and 1. The two terms should be 1 and 1. Okay, because it can be plus 1 and plus 1 or minus 1 and minus 1. But based on this sign, it's clear that it's plus. To get this plus 3, it's 2x into plus 1 and plus 1 into x. To get this plus 3x, it should be 2x into plus 1 and 1 into x. So because of that, I put plus and plus. Okay. So what is the logic here? There's nothing to do with the two values that we think, not in that way. You get the first term when you multiply these two. When you multiply these two, you get the constant when you multiply these two. But you have to put the sign based on the middle term. Now here it's clear you are supposed to get plus 3x. Or to get plus 3x, it should be plus 2 and plus 1. So that's how you do it. Okay. So I'll do this one even. But if you find this a bit confusing, that's okay. Yeah? You have the normal method. Same thing, take the two factors. Now tell me, I told you, you get this 3x squared. When you multiply these two, you get 3x squared when you multiply these two. When you multiply these two. Okay, now you tell me, what are the two numbers you can select? When you multiply, you get 3x squared. What are the two terms? 3x, I need to talk. If you talk, like even if you're sleepy, somehow it helps you to stay awake. You don't talk in this way. No. If you feel a bit sleepy and if you just talk properly, 3x and x, that helps you to stay awake. That's why I'm asking you questions. And even in the online class, I'm asking you to send a message in the chat. You won't send message while you're sleeping. So that gives you like at least a small help that you will stay awake. Okay, now tell me the entire class. How can you get this 3x squared when you multiply two numbers? 3x into x. It's 3x into x. So you have 3x and x. Okay. So how you can get minus 1? It's plus 1 into minus 1. How do you get minus 1? It's plus 1 into minus 1. So it's 1 and 1 in both. So you have to decide which one should be plus 1 and which one should be minus. That you need to decide based on the middle term. So that's why I told you, like this might be a bit confusing for some. If so, you can just go in the normal method. Okay. So how can I decide it? Look at this. I need to have minus 2x. To get minus 2x, it should be minus 3x and plus x. So that's how you decide the sign. You write 1 and 1 because I know how can I get minus 1 is plus 1 into minus 1. So one of these should be minus 1 and the other one should be plus 1. So I multiply these two. One should be plus 1 and other one should be minus. So in this case, 3x, here we have minus 2x. So it should be minus 3x plus x, which gives us this. So that's how you directly factorize this. Based on how easy it is or how confident you are about this one, you can apply that. If not, please do in the normal method because I need correct answers. I don't want quick answers. Like if you can get the answers correctly and quickly, that is good. But what I prefer are quick, not quick answers, correct answers. The answer can be quick, but quick and wrong is no use. Quick and wrong is no use. Quick and correct is good. Still, if you're consuming a bit more time, but if the answer is correct, that is good. Okay. Okay, then let's write in this way. These type of quadratic expressions, these type of quadratic expressions, these type of quadratic expressions can be directly factorized, in the following manner. In the following manner. Okay, do question number 10 and then similarly do 12 and 13 using this method. Don't just look at this and write the answer. That is much easier. Look at this and directly write in the two answers. No, just do it alone. Try to figure out what did I mention. Okay, so this one we have 4x squared. So that's why I told you this method is not a popular method. The reason when I say that you need to have this 4x squared, there are two ways that you can do it. So these two, I admit, when you want 2x squared, it's only 2x into x. When it is 3x squared, it's only 3x into x. But when it is 4x squared, there are two ways, no? This side, tell me one way, how can you get 4x squared? 4x into x, and the other one is 2x into 2x. Okay, so if you have made the decision to write it as 4x into x, and then you will realize based on this middle term that you won't be able to get it. Like you take 4x and x. And how to get 3? It should be 3 into 1, and you will realize you won't be able to get this middle term. So that's the issue here. In the previous one, I needed everyone to do in the short method because the reason it's something small, easier one. You already think about the two values and then you have to just write the factor x plus 2, x plus 1. But here, it's not like a direct method that there are some facts that you need to think. Okay, so here if you write 4x and x, you won't get the answer. So then I need to go with 2x and x. But if it is 3 and having the same, it's common 3 and 1. Because no difference even though 3 is here. 2x no. To get this plus 8, then we need plus and plus. Okay, so a bit confusing one when there are options that you can get this. If there are no options, only one option, then it is okay. Even that is common in life. No, in life, when you have so many options, it's a bit complex situation. You need to think, you need to analyze, and you need to you need to go with one option. And even when you go with one option, you always think that you took the wrong option. I could have gone with this option. So even life, that is common. So here, when we have more options, the thing is a bit confusing. But if it is only one option, things are easier. So you get this when you multiply this. And here, then 3x squared, 3x squared is okay. 3x, 3x squared plus 4x plus 1. The two factors should be 3x and x. And you are supposed to have 1. You can get 1 using minus 1 into minus 1 or plus 1 into plus 1. But since this is plus, it should be plus 3x plus 1. It should be plus 3x and plus x. Clear? You can even do it this method. Okay. So then I have had a few questions to make a difference between O-level quadratic equations and A-level quadratic equations. But the logic is not different. Look at this question number 14. Question number 14. We have x to the power 4 plus 3x squared plus 2. So this is what we have. Okay, now listen, look at the board. So now tell me, is this a quadratic expression? Is this a quadratic expression? Yes or no? What is a quadratic expression? What is a quadratic expression? An expression where the highest power is 2. So here the highest power is 4. So this is not a quadratic expression. But I'm going to use the knowledge of quadratic expressions to factorize this. So this is how you do this, small thing. So what are the two values you decide? 3 can be written as when you multiply to get plus 2, it's plus 2 and plus 1. So I just added this to make a difference, to make this more advanced than O levels. That's all, nothing new. So I have decided to write it as plus 2 and plus 1. Now, if this is a normal quadratic expression, you write the two factors x plus 2 and x plus 1. If it is a normal quadratic expression, I write it as x plus 2, x plus 1. Here the only difference is since it's x to the power 4, since it's x to the power 4, this is not x plus 2, x plus 1. It should be x squared plus 2 and x squared plus 1. That's all. The same logic that we use in quadratic expressions. But the only difference is since we are having x to the power 4, instead of x plus 2, x squared plus 1, we write, x plus 1 and x plus 2, we write x squared plus 2 and x squared plus 1. Is it clear? Okay, next example, question number 15. We have x to the power 4. Now you tell me minus 2x squared minus 8. No, I need answers. One from this and the other one from this side. Okay. How can we write minus 2 such that when we multiply, we get minus 8? This side, tell me one value. Tell me the first value. We have to write minus 2 as in two terms. When you multiply, you are supposed to get minus 8. It should be minus 4 into, minus 4 into plus 2. Minus 4. So what are the two values? Minus 4 and plus 2. So you decide the two values on the previous basis. And then what are the two factors? Now the entire class tell me, what are the two factors? We have in x to the power 4. What are the two factors? Can't hear. X squared minus 4 and x squared plus 2. Okay, for now, if you stop here, that is okay. But now you have 1 week of experience in combined maths. So you know when you have to factorize, what do I expect? Keeping it in the simplest form. So is this the simplest form? No, y is not the simplest form. Again, you can see the difference of two squares. Again, you can see the difference of two squares. So what do I expect as the simplest form? Is this. The addition of two squares cannot be added. Sorry, cannot be factorized. X minus 2, x plus 2, x squared plus 2. Okay, so if you can factorize it, furthermore, do it. Okay, do 14, 15, 16, and 17, and 18. Go up to question number 18. So only difference is same basis we have used in quadratic expressions. Okay, question number 16. We decide to write the factors using plus 2 and minus 1. Plus 2 and minus 1. So here it's x squared plus 2 and x squared minus 1. I told you to keep it in the simplest format. So what is the expected simplest format? This can be again factorized. So we have x squared plus 2 and x minus 1, x plus 1. Okay. Okay, this one minus 4 minus 3 minus 4 minus 3. So it's x squared minus 4 and x squared minus 3. So here we have two squares. Later, after the fourth week, we can learn how to write 3 as a square. For now, just keep this in this way. So it's x minus 2 and x plus 2. X squared minus 3. Okay, so here the coefficient is different. Question number 18. But you know how to do this. Same thing, you have to get this 2x 4 and plus 1. So these are the two that you need to get. So then it's equal to, the only way to get 2 is 2x squared and x squared. To get 1 is 1 and 1, but it should be plus. So this one should be plus. So you can either directly factorize in this way, but let's say someone is not able to directly factorize it. So then how you can take it? This. You can split this into two terms in this way, 2x to the power 4 or 2x squared plus x squared plus 1. So you have split 3 into two terms in a way that when you multiply, you get the product of these two. You get 2. And now what is common here? 2x squared is common. So when you pull out x squared from x to the power 4, it's x squared plus 1. I take out plus 1. You get x squared plus 1. Which gives you 2x squared plus 1 and x squared plus 1. Okay. So this is the easier method, and even you can do this in this way. Clear, no? Okay. Now hands up if you have a clear understanding about factorizing quadratic equations, even though it's the fourth power. And yeah, in this method and both the methods, the method that you have to split the middle term into two terms and go in this way, or writing in the same. So hands up if you have a comprehensive idea about factorizing quadratic expressions. Clear, no? Okay. Then even online students send me a message. You have a message after that arithmetic simplifications. Then let's move on to the next part. So this remaining 12 questions are homework. The first homework I'm giving you. Question number 3, do the remaining 12 questions. Do homework in the same book. You don't have to maintain a separate book for homework, because every time you do the homework and you forget to bring that book. That's why. Not that anyone here is not doing homework. Everyone do homework, but they forget to bring the homework to the class. So use the same book to do the remaining 12 questions, factorizing of quadratic expressions. Everyone in the online class, I need to see your responses. Send me a message mentioning, okay, quadratic equations all are clear. The word clear is enough. Even though it's not clear, never mind, send me clear, sir. Okay, even in this one, if you didn't understand, you have to just hands up. When I say, okay, hands up if you understood, you have to hands up. You have to raise your hands. Not hands up, raise your hands. No, not in that way. In a serious note, if you didn't understand, if there anything that you are not sure, just don't raise your hands, because if a considerable amount of hands are not raised up, then I'll be addressing that again. So that's how we do. Like I have a plan in my mind, in my head. Today, this is the part that we need to complete. But that doesn't mean, like, let's say after doing all these questions and I'm asking you, okay, hands up who understood. But if you like understood for sure, you have to raise your hands. So if you understood that, when I asked, okay, hands up if you understood. And if you didn't understand, that is okay. Just remain in the same way. If I can see that few hands haven't been raised up, I'll be again explaining it. Or I'll be giving an additional question, like additional, we'll be doing more questions till the entire class is okay with it, confident with it. Sorry. Okay, then write the next main topic, binomial expansions. Write the next main topic, binomial expansions. Write the next main topic, binomial expansions. 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 Binomial Binomial expansions. Binomial expansions. Okay. So what is a binomial expansion? This the prefix by stands for the meaning of two. You know, binary is something we are talking about. This 0, 1 number system, only two digits. So binomial is an expression consisting of two terms. That's all. What is a binomial? A binomial is an algebraic expression consisting two terms. So these are binomials. A plus B is a binomial. Only two terms. X minus 2y is a binomial. 3x plus 2z, these are binomials. Algebraic expressions consist in two terms are known as binomial expressions, are not expansions. It's binomial expressions. Okay. Write in this way. Write in this way. An algebraic expression, an algebraic expression consists in two terms, consist in two terms is known as a write in a red pen, binomial is known as a write in a red pen, binomial. Binomial. Okay. Then write these examples: a plus b, x minus 2y, 3x plus 2z. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the expansions of these powers of binomial. So in this section, we are mainly referring into the expansion of a plus b squared, a minus b squared, a plus b cube, and a minus b cube. For now, we are limiting to these expansions, the expansion of a binomial. Okay, so under this section, but next week I'll explain something we call this Pascal triangle, where you can even write the expansion of the sixth power and the seventh power all. But today, for this section, I'm going to limit for the expansion of these two and these two. But in grade 13, in the last term, you have a separate lesson called binomial expansion. In that lesson, we even work with 2x plus 3y to the power of 99. Even we work with these powers. So that is like one of the N lessons, grade 13, third term. You have a lesson called separate lesson binomial expansion. Now you don't have to think how to write this one. Now for now, writing these two is more than enough from my end. Clear? Okay, so what is a binomial expansion and algebraic expansion? Sorry, expression consists in two terms. So what is our topic is binomial expansions means writing the expansions of this a plus b squared, a minus b squared over the powers of a binomial. So what is a binomial expansion? Writing the expansion or the expansion of a power of a binomial, like for the power n, 2, 3, 4 in that way. Okay. Okay, then just write in this way. Write in the expansion. Write in the expansion. Write in the expansion of a power of an binomial. Write in the expansion of a power of a binomial. Of a power of a binomial is known as write in a black pen is known as wait write this in a normal pen, known as a then black pen binomial expansion. It's okay even though you write the letter A using a black pen, your book don't blast. But better to have this is known as a binomial expansion. Okay. Okay, then let's consider the square of a binomial. Okay, then write a subtopic. Write this subtopic in this way. Don't underline it. Using a black pen, you can write the subtopic in between two dashes. Write this expansion of a square of a binomial. Write in between two dash marks. You don't have to underline it. Better to write in a black pen. But if you only have the blue pen, write something. Expansion of the square of a binomial. Expansion of a square of a binomial. Okay, tell me in O-level English, did you learn how to properly write a topic? Which letter should be capital, which letter should be simple? You learned in O-level English how to properly write a topic. Haven't you had that doubt? Like in when we are writing a topic, some letters we need to start with a capital, some letters are normal. Hands up, be honest, hands up who know how to properly write a topic in English, in English medium class. You don't know how to write a topic? Okay. I'll teach that because I'm really good in O levels because I did my O levels. Like I even became the island 12th and island first in English medium. So I'm good in O levels. I teach A levels, that I admit. Even A levels I was good. Comparatively better in O level. So when you write a topic, you have to start start the words which are important. Except prepositions, all the other words you have to start with a capital letter. So here, expansions of a, not capital, square capital S of a binomial. So expansions E capital, S square capital, and binomials B capital. So those are the letters that you need to write as a capital. I don't know whether the language has changed now. That is the topic I gave. No, expansions of a square of a binomial. Okay, so except prepositions and the words in O at the other letters, you have to start. Normally, you start with a capital letter. Okay. I don't know whether the rules have changed, but that is how I used to write. That doesn't mean you have the idea. You might write it expansions of a square of a binomial. Okay, good. Now, first one is I need to write this a plus b squared. I need to write an expression. So how we can write a plus b squared? It's equal to a plus b into a plus b. Get a focus. A plus b squared is equal to a plus b and a plus b. So now when you multiply this, a into a squared, a into b is ab. This is again ab and b squared. Then you get a plus b squared is equal to the square of the two terms, and we are getting this 2 times the product of the two terms. So always keep in mind, we don't memorize equations in maths. No, we don't do that. We don't do that here. Okay, we don't memorize equations in maths. Instead, sleepy, sleep properly. Doi. Or when you feel like when I say in doi, it's you feel it better. No? Okay. How to say doi in Tamil? Something like coil or something like that. No. Coil. I'll ask you later. Okay. No. So that's different. Why I was sleepy? Doi. Sounds better, no? Okay, so we don't memorize equations. We just keep in mind the shape of the equation. So now if I ask you what is the expansion of a plus b squared, I don't expect you to say in a like the way that you are recite in a poem, a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. No, not in that way. Just tell me the shape when it is a square, a plus b squared. Consider the two squares of the two terms, and you have to consider the product between the two terms with a 2. That's all. Just keep in mind shape. That is easier. You don't have to exactly like memorize this. I plus b squared is a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. Not in that way. Just the shape. We have the square of the two terms. comes with a plus 2 times the product of the two terms. That's all, the shape. So even when we go with, I'll just highlight this. Okay, so then we have a plus b squared is aparadari. Okay, so then we have this, right in a say black pen. A plus b squared is equal. What is the shape that I need you to keep in mind? We have the square of the two terms coming with the product between the two terms. That's all. That's all. We have the product between the two terms, which comes with the two times. Sorry, the square of the two terms, which comes with the product into 2. Okay, so this is a plus b squared. Okay, then write this and write this a plus b squared and then box it a plus b squared. I'll give you 2 minutes. The ones the Muslim students, you can break fast in. Others do this, you do that, and then you can. I'll give time. Okay. Okay, so this is a plus b squared, and you can go with a similar way to get a minus b squared, which is a minus b and a minus b. So when you expand this, it's a squared minus ab plus b squared. So now it is clear when it is a minus b squared, you get the same set of terms. The only difference is you are having a minus in this middle term. That's all. So when you know the format, you have the square of the two terms and 2 times the product between the two terms. Only thing that you need to keep in mind, when it is plus, this is plus. When it is minus, this becomes minus. Okay, so here we have a minus b squared, the same expansion. We have a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. We have a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. Clear? Okay, do this, Even. Write this down. Okay. Okay, so here it's 2x plus 3y. So how to apply it? So in this way, you have the square of the two, no, like it's in this way. Listen. Now tell me, if you change these two and if you write, listen, focus. Okay. If you change these two terms and if you write a square plus b square plus 2ab, is it correct or wrong? If you change these two terms and you are going to write a squared plus b squared, I need to see some emotions, some like responsive emotions. So when I am asking a question, I look in some of the faces. Zero emotions. Either it should be near. Like, didn't understand. Oh, something there should be emotion. No, some of the faces are like, no, zero zombies. Like, okay, hands up. Like, if I'm asking a question, if I change these two, is it correct or wrong? Okay. Now tell me, if I change these two terms, you get a square plus, you need to focus in the board. From the beginning of the class, you have been writing. Hey, one. Okay. All eyes on you. From the beginning of the class, you have been writing all through the day. You have finished the dude. No. Focus. When you hear my volume, not my volume, my noise or my sound from the mic, not the mic, the speakers, then pay attention. Okay? Yeah. Marathamai, yes. Okay. Okay, so now tell me, if I change these two terms, I get a square plus b square plus 2ab. Is it correct or wrong? It's correct. No, it's like you are just changing the order of these two terms. And if you write in this way, that's correct. So you can do this in any way. You can even do in this way. So then you know the two squares are here. And then you have the product between the two terms multiplied by 2. So here, like you can write in any way, but what you have to do, the basic idea is we are having the square of this 2 times the product between the two terms plus 3y squared. That's all. The format, you just need to understand the format of this expansion. Then it is a matter of simplification. 4x squared plus 2 into 2 is 4, 4 into 3 is 12, 12xy plus 9y squared. That's it. Even here, just keep in mind the format. You need to write the square of the two terms. You need to write the square of the two terms. So 3ab squared, and there's a minus. So it comes with a minus 2 times 3ab into 5c. And we have the square of the other term. So we have 9a squared b squared minus 2 into 3 is 6, 6 into 5 is 30, 30abc, a 30abc. And here we have square of 5 is 25, 25c square. That's a small thing. Okay, don't do any mistake because I need everyone to get the answers 100% correctly. Don't even miss a sign or a single digit. Okay. Okay, hands up who understood the expansion of a square of a binomial. This one you understood. Good. Then do all the questions up to question number 8. I mean, question number 4, page number 2, question number 4. Well, I think there is a number, 1, 2, 3, and again 3 has been repeated. So I'll go with the same one. Question number 4. I'll use this number. Question number 4, do the first 8 questions. You don't have to do first number 1 and 2. Just tick off 1 and 2. It's the same, a plus b squared and a minus b. No. So I'm in question number 4. Not that I skipped the previous question. Next week we'll be coming to the previous question. So write the expansion of the first 8. do question number 9 to C1 square. Okay, continue the work. Question number 3. 2a plus b squared. You have the square of the two terms together with 2 times the product between the two terms plus b squared. Now, which gives you 4a squared plus 4ab plus b squared. 4a squared plus 4ab plus b squared. Okay, here x minus, the only difference when it is minus that the middle term is minus. We have the two terms squared minus 2 into the product between the two terms plus 2y squared. Okay, so here we have x squared minus 4xy plus 4y squared. X squared minus 4xy plus 4y squared. Okay, so this one, so you're having a p square. Like, don't look at p square like an abnormal term. It's a normal term. Whatever the term we have here, it is supposed to get squared. It can be a p or p square, p to the power 7. Like, don't look at this in an abnormal way. Normal term. P squared is even a term. So what the term we have here, it should be squared. That's all. P squared, squared. A plus 2 into the product between the two squares, sorry, two terms plus this. And now you have to use the power of a power which we even learned earlier, not learned, we reminded earlier, a p to the power 4 plus 2p squared plus 1. Okay, so here the two powers get multiplied because it is a power of a power. Okay. And this one 4a plus 3b squared. Now we have the square of the two terms along with the product between the two terms plus 3b squared, which gives you 16a squared. 4 into 2 into 4 is 8, 8 into 3 is 24ab plus 9b squared. 16a squared, 24ab and 9b squared. Clear? Okay, last one, question number 9. The two squares minus 2 times 2a into 3b plus 3b squared, which gives you 4a squared. So we are with binomial expansions. A minus 12ab plus 9b squared. Good. Okay, hands up who got all the expansions correctly done. Good. Nice. Then write the next subtopic in the same way. Write the subtopic inside 2 dash marks. Don't underline. Now you know how to write a topic properly. Write this expansion of a cube of a binomial. Expansion, a topic. Expansion of a cube of a binomial. Expansion of a cube of a binomial. Cube of a binomial. Okay. So now we have the cube. We have the cube. A plus B is equal the cube. So this is equal to 3 times. So A plus B, it's repeated 3 times A plus B and A plus B. Now the interesting thing is we know that the second power is a square, third power is a cube, but do you know the word for fourth power? There must be a name, but even I don't know. Like second power is a square, no? Third power we use it as a cube. There should be a term for the fourth power, fifth power, like fifth power sure, like with a prefix like pentube, like something like that. There must be, but I don't know. We only know the square and the cube. Okay, but there should be, yeah, because we know that like we when we're talking about this biceps, triceps, we have quadrupeds, and like in that way we have so quadri is something for 4, pent is something for 5, the pentagon, hex is something for 6, hept is something for 7. What is weight? What is weight? The octagon, octopus. Okay, so and 9, and there must be. Okay, so like go home and you can find it. What is, you can put it in your best friend is like ChatGPT, no? Whatever you, any problem you get in life, you put in ChatGPT and verify. I feel lonely. What can I do? How you are doing? Hey Siri, not Hey Siri, in ChatGPT. So that's your friend. You can ask, what are the terms that given for the fourth power, fifth power, sixth power? Just learn them. Even though those are not used, better to know them. I even don't know. I even need to search them. Okay, so here we have the expansion of the cube. So this we know. You know this is a plus b squared, which is a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. That you know. A plus b squared is a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. That I know. Then it's a plus b cube. It's equal to a squared plus 2ab plus b squared into a plus b. Okay. Then what you have to do is slowly expand the, simplify the brackets. A squared into a is a cube. A squared into b is a squared b. 2ab into a, we have 2a's, 2a squared b. 2ab into b, we have 2b's, 2ab squared. B squared into a is ab squared, and b squared into b is plus b squared. Plus b squared, which means I get an expansion for the cube of a plus b, which is equal to a cube 3a squared b 3ab squared plus b cube. So what did I highlight when we were doing the expansion of the square? I told you we are not memorizing the equation itself. So what happens if you memorize this equation? A plus b cube is a cube plus 3a squared b plus 3ab squared plus b cube. So that's how you memorize. But what happens if you forget one term? When you are delivering a speech, especially in English, in Sinhala, you can say some you can say something. But in English, when you are delivering a speech, you mostly memorize the speech. No, you write the speech, you memorize the exact one. This happens. And what happens suddenly if you forget an intermediate line? The entire speech becomes meaningless, so you won't be able to continue. For example, you are writing the highest tower in South Asia is the Lotus Tower, and you forget this part, highest. You can't say that the tower in South Asia is Lotus Tower. So what happens? Like you stop, like it stuck, and the entire part you won't be able to continue. So that's what happens when you try to memorize equations. No, don't memorize the equation. Try to memorize or try to keep in mind the shape of this one. Shape means that this is linear, this is long. No, not that shape. Look at the format. A plus b cube, we are having the two cubes. We have the two cubes. And then look at this. 3a squared b, 3ab squared. 3 times square of this into this. That's all. 3 times square of this into this. And then do the opposite. Do the opposite into 3 times square of this into this. And when I ask you to do the opposite, what is the opposite? 3 times this into, like, sorry, 3 times square into this, 3 times square into this. So only the format. You need to keep in mind the shape. We have the two cubes. We have the two cubes, and then 3 times first squared into the second one and repeat it. Or do the opposite. First squared into this one, do the opposite, this squared into this one. So that's all you need to keep in mind. Then it is easier. Because let's say here we have 4 terms. No? When you are writing a plus b to the power 4, we have 5 terms. And if you're going to memorize it, you have to memorize this in this way. A to the power 4, 4a cube b, 6a squared b squared, 4ab cube and b to the power 4. You have ample equations, enough equations in the syllabus to memorize. You are not supposed to memorize these. Just take, like, look at this, try to identify a pattern. Just keep in mind the pattern. That's all. So how do I write the expansion? Even today, I'm not going to use this. If I'm supposed to write the equation, the expansion, what I do is I know that the two cubes are coming, and then 3 times this squared into this, and I know it should be done in the opposite way, which means this into this squared. This squared into this into this squared. So that's how you do it. B cube. So this is the cubic expansion of a binomial. Cubic expansion of a binomial. Sorry. Okay, then do this. Try to do this alone. Just don't copy paste the board. Don't blindly copy the board. Try to do it alone and then check whether your answer is correct. So that is what I expect. So that is what I expect. Okay. Okay, so this is how we do it, apply it in a normal expansion. We have 2x plus 3y cube. Now listen. Look at the board. Last part. So I need you to 100%, I need the 100% focus. Okay. So 2x plus 3y cube. So we know the two cubes will be coming. I'll write one cube. And then 3 times first square this 2x squared into this one, and then do the opposite. That's all. Do the opposite. So 3 into 2x into 3y squared. Yeah, got it. So I know the 2 cubes will be coming. That is an obvious thing. 3 into this squared into this, plus do the opposite. 3 into this squared. And then we have to write the remaining cube here. What is the remaining cube? 3y cube. Then write the expansion. 2 cube is 8x cube. 3 into 4x squared into 3y. 3 into 2 is 6x into 9y squared. 3 cube is 27y cube. And then I have this is equal to 8x cube. 12 into 3 is 36x squared by 54 xy squared plus 27y cube. So that is how you apply that expansion in a problem. Okay. Do the plus questions. You can tick question number 10. Do 12, 13, 16, and 17. Do 17 at home. Do for now, do 12, 13 I have already done, and 16. You can tick question number 10, do 12, 13, 16. 12, 13, and 16. Okay, so here we have 2a plus b cube. We know the two cubes will be coming 3 times the square of this 2a squared into this and do the opposite. So when I say do the opposite, it's 3 into 2a into b squared. And I know the cube of b will be coming. So it's 8a cube 3 into 4a squared b. 3 into 2 is 6, 6ab squared plus b cube. Which means we have 8a cube plus 12a squared b plus 6ab squared plus b cube. Okay. Okay, so this one, I told you not to treat this b squared as abnormal term, just a normal one. The cube of this 3 times the square of this into 1. So when it is 1, it's easier because whatever the power of 1 will be 1. Then do the opposite, 3p squared into 1 plus 1 cube. So what is the concept again used here? It's the power of a power, a power of a power, power of a power. So p squared in cube is equal p to the power 6 3p to the power 4, 3p squared plus 1. So this is what you get when you do this in this way. Okay, we have p to the power 6, 3p to the power 4, 3p squared plus 1. Okay, hands up who got these two expansions. Okay, then let's do the cubic expansion of a minus b. Let's do the cubic expansion of a minus b. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Do this alone, get the cubic expansion. Do the same thing that what we have done before. A minus b, a minus b, and a minus b. So this a minus b into a minus b, it's a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. Okay, do this alone. Get the expansion of a minus b cube. Okay, so do the simplification. What do we have here? A minus b cube is equal to, here it's a minus b squared, which gives you a squared minus 2ab plus b squared into a minus b. Okay, now take out the brackets. A cube minus a squared b minus 2a squared b. This is plus 2ab squared plus b squared a, which is ab squared. Plus b squared into minus b is minus b squared. Now you will see You are getting the same set of terms for the cubic expansion of a minus b. Only difference of these two, minus 1 minus 2 is minus 3. Minus 1 minus 2 is minus 3. This is plus 3 ab squared minus b cubed. So then you will understand that, realize you are getting the same set of terms. So then you don't have to additionally give an effort to keep this in mind, because it's the same set of terms. We have the two cubes. We have 3 into this squared into this and the opposite. Same set. What is the only thing that you need to keep in mind? The sign comes in a way like as a battery. So you know how these batteries are assembled. No, batteries are assembled plus minus plus minus. No, you don't put plus plus minus minus, so then it will be a bomb. Okay, not a bomb. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work when you put plus minus. Okay, because these days the first thing that comes to my mind is bombs. Because every day when we get up, not a bomb has been blasted. I hear the news that we see, the news that we hear is a blast either in Israel or Iran or other Middle East countries. Okay. So that's why the bombs come in mind. Not that I'm a terrorist person who's interested in bombs. Okay, so here the same thing, same one, same terms. Only difference is the sign. So write the terms. We are having the cube of both. 3 the squared of this into this. Do the opposite. Only difference, sign comes in plus minus plus minus. The sign comes in plus minus and plus minus. Sign comes in plus minus plus minus. Okay, then write this and box it, and let's see how it is applied in a problem. Okay, I'll do the easier one and then ask you to do the harder one alone, because I need you to get the answer. I'm going to do question number 15. So what is question number 15? The expansion is x minus 2y cube. Okay? Okay. So how do I expand this? How do I expand this? We have the x cube plus minus 3 times x squared into 2y plus 3 times this into 2y squared and the cube of this minus 2y cube, which gives me x cube. 3 into 2 is 6, x squared y, 3x into 4y squared minus 8y cube. So I have x cube minus 6 x squared y plus 12xy squared minus 8y cube. So this is the expansion of this. Okay. So I have done this one. I need you to do question number 14 alone. First do this one and then do question number 14. That will be the last question we are doing. So I need the entire class to get the correct answer. First do question number 15, then question number 14. Do it alone, don't look at the board. Just check whether your last answer is correct, that's all. So do question number 14 alone. I need everyone to get the correct answer. So cube, same drill. The only difference is you have to make sure that the sign is plus minus plus minus. Okay, let's see how this goes. We have the cube of 3ab minus 3 into the square of this into the other term, which is 5c, plus 3 into 3ab into the square of 5c and the cube of 5c. 3 cube is 27, a cube, b cube, 3 into, you can write it 3 into 3. No, you don't need to have it squared. No, you should have. 3 into 9a squared, b squared into 5c. Here you don't need brackets. 3 into 3 is 9ab into 25c squared. What is the cube of 5? It's 5, 25, 125 c cube, which gives me the final expansion 27 a cube b cube. 27 into 5 is 135 a squared b squared c. 9 into 25 is 225 ab c squared and minus 125 c cube. Okay. Okay, hands up who got the answer. 27, 135, 225 and 125 plus my hands up. Who got this sense? Okay. Okay. Okay, complete the work, and if you have done, you can get ready to go and do 17 and 18 as homework. Question number 4, 17 and 18, do it as homework, and you can get ready to go. Okay, okay, 1 minute silence. Huh? So I asked you two things last week to get added to the Telegram. Silence. Silence. Huh? get added to the Telegram group? Hands up who got added to the Telegram group, the Telegram channel. Okay, so newcomers, even what you have to do is get added to this silence. Wait, I'm just, class is not done yet. Huh? So search this in Telegram. It's a public channel, so it will easily pop up when you search it. 2028 Combined Maths EM with my name. And if you're not able to find it in Telegram, send this number a WhatsApp message and get the Telegram, the link. Like send him a WhatsApp message and ask for the 2028 Be Specific English Medium channel. Get added to that one because all the details regarding the class will be given in the channel. And I ask you to register in the website, like do that because we don't know about this uncertainty of the fuel and all these issues, transport issues. I'm like, hey, focus, I'm not. Okay. So we are not sure whether you'll be able to have a smooth transport next week. Even I'm not sure whether I'll be able to come. I will somehow come. I can even live here, no, at COKM, no. But you might not be able to come if there's a case of a transport issue. So get registered in this website. You all have to register as a 2028 English medium physical student. The online students, you need to register as a online student because the operations are a bit different when you are online student and a physical student. And make sure that be ready to join the live online class next week if you are not able to come to the physical class. We will be having physical classes for sure. I'll be coming. So I don't think by next week there might be a huge issue, but this if this continues to happen, we don't know. We can't predict the future. Okay. And today I won't be speaking for the newcomers because next week even another set of newcomers will be coming. So I'll be talking to them together with today newcomers and next week newcomers because hope that newcomers who came today will continue the class and then I'll talk to them next week. But if anyone here wants to talk to me regarding any subject combinations or future career paths or anything you need to know, so I need to go to NASA, anything, you can just come and talk to me. You have that freedom after the class, you can talk to me. Okay. And online class students, make sure next week we are not going to upload the link to the group. So make sure you do the necessary the requirements and all the payments before next week class. So then you can join the class when we start it like to next week by 3 o'clock. Okay. Okay, we are done for today. You can go home safe.